There we go. Mine wasn't on. That's fine. Think I have a good voice. All right, welcome. Board meeting, regular board meeting on January 23rd, 4 p.m. Let's do roll call. Start with Rick Diaz,
Here.
Sandra,
Here.
Martha,
Here.
Angelo,
Present.
Dr. Turkey,
Present.
and myself, Adriana, present. Any public comment on closed session items? Zoom. Awesome. Closing public comment. Let's move on to closed session. Welcome. We're gonna reconvene from to open session. We will be returning to closed session after our open meeting, so there's nothing to report right now. All right, flag salute.
Flag of the United States of America, and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Right, let's move on to adoption of the agenda.
I motion to adopt the agenda.
Second.
Right. Any public comment? All right, closing public comment here soon.
Or consent.
This is about the consent agenda. No Zoom? No, all right. Any discussion from the board? All right, let's vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. And preferential vote.
Aye.
Thank you. Don't let me forget about you, Julia. All right. Now we're gonna move into public comment on non-agenda item matters. I have two public comments. Remember that you will have 3 minutes for your public comment, and we are not in a position to have a dialogue or a discussion. Public comments will be just heard. And so I'll go ahead. When you hear the timer, I'm gonna politely interrupt you because your time has been up, and that's to create consistency and fairness for all. I'll start with Chris. Welcome. And then please come to the podium so everyone can hear and so Zoom can also hear. Welcome.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Chris Mauser. I'm just here just to talk about the budget cuts, I guess, for the CT programs. Primarily that I'm aware of is public service and as well as the auto shop. And just to express the concerns in the sense of and I understand it's a budget issue, but I thought also about our children. I thought one person, the Army told me one person is important enough, let's go back and get them. And we're not leaving anybody hanging. And I have a lot of students who like both those programs. They enjoy putting cars together. Matter of fact, I bring my car in there and the kids work on it. I don't have a problem with that. That's great. They actually get to see something that gets fixed and there's fruit of their labor and it works. They also learn about law enforcement, which is great. They don't know all the laws. So here's what you probably don't want to do to get yourself in trouble. I know it's hard to figure when we cut budgets, whatever programs, and we don't really know or understand much about them. Public service is like I said, public service. I did 21 years in the Army and I came to be a teacher. I'm still serving. I enjoy it. It's because of what? Because of you guys and your children. That's the only reason we're here. It's not money. We know that. It's because I like serving. And when our students see teachers who are passionate about the work and the programs, and they see that they're serving, and they already know too. We know it's not about the mighty dollar because they're working with us with our behavior. Remember, teachers got to do classroom management as well as teach and figure out how to get certain information to certain students because they learn differently. So it's a big task, but I like it. I enjoy it. And this whole thing that I'm up here for is about our students, it's not me. And just to let you know, and this is being recorded, I would take a 50% reduction rate in my pay to be able to teach these kids. Mark that. Not 50% off my pay. It's okay. You have my permission. As long as I get in that classroom and I can work with the students. That's all I want to do. That's all I know what to do to serve. And our students see that passion. Then they go out there and what we're trying to develop. Good students, good people, good moral, good character. So it's not just about cutting a program. It's cutting about the individuals in there, our students. You're hurting them. When I said, and I'm not pointing fingers, but we're hurting our students. And I thought that these programs are designed to help our kids not just get a trade or get a skill set and get their education, but it's all about being a really great person so they can go and take care of their family too. But it's not about just law enforcement, these programs, or even the auto shop. It's about life. That's what teachers bring to the table, these programs. It's not just, every day is not always about law enforcement or public service or firefighting or the military. It's about life. How do we handle life? And I just wanted to express that that it's really important, and I think it's a bad decision to cut that budget. But like I said, if it's a budget issue, cut mine 50%. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Kim Gower.
Hello, good evening. Unfortunately, I'm here with a pretty bitter taste in my mouth. Back in February, I approached the board with a list of outdoor athletic facility issues that need to be addressed. And it wasn't just a complaint, okay? It was an action plan on how to take care of it. And I also had a meeting with Nathan and Connie where they agreed that coaches should be allowed to help take care of their fields. That communication has not gone to the coaches, and it's not up to me to give them that communication. But that was in that meeting. I got an email from Dr. Turkey that says it was a priority that they have money to get these outdoor fields going and up to where they should be. The fields have not been touched. The football field has not been sanitized. It has not been magnetic swept. It has not been vacuumed. It has not been replaced with the black nugget rubber that needs to be there. It's a concussion fiesta waiting to happen. There are needles that are on, literal needles, pins that are on that football field, screws, bolts, bobby pins, paper clips, you name it, they're in that turf. It's a matter of time until a kid slide tackles in soccer. It's a matter of time until a football player gets ripped open because of that stuff. It's unacceptable. Unacceptable. This is absolutely disgusting. What I have seen, zero from the school district level. This is not the board's issue, but I'm making you aware of it. There's people in the room that need to hear this. It's disgusting. It's fallen on deaf ears. Baseball and softball are 9 days away from starting their seasons with a gigantic hole in center field, with a fence in right field that's still wide open from that construction out there. How are those kids supposed to practice safely? Just because it's green, because of rain a few weeks ago, weeds turn green too, not just grass. It's pathetic. And it's pathetic that nothing has been done. This will be the last time that I mention this because I stuck my neck out here only to be just pretty much dumped on. So it's frustrating. I feel bad for our kids because our kids deserve way more than what you've given them, which is nothing. You've given them nothing but danger. And you put the district in liability. It's the bottom line. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Chris Murphy.
For another, but I can put it out.
We're going in the order that I was given, so I'm gonna go ahead and ask if you can go, Mr. Murphy.
All right, well, brief then. Later, you'll hear a bit from folks about teachers and the things that we need in order to stick around and stay at the district. So I just wanted to put out there an example of teacher turnover that I've noticed. I've been in a number of districts, many that I enjoyed, and kind of moved down here, found some other good districts, and this is a good one. But I've noticed something about, just as an example, the copy room. We have copy machines, and at most schools, if the copy machine gets stuck or slightly breaks, then of course the good advice is, well, don't touch it. Go find a teacher who's been here a while. They know what to do. They're the guru for it. They help you learn, you know, how to get your own sense of how to unjam the copy machine. One thing I noticed is at this school, you're not told that. You're not told, go to this teacher. Instead, various folks, the office staff, has found it so frustrating to have to deal with teachers who are, you know, constantly failing to understand how to unjam this copy machine and making it worse because no one stays long enough to really learn it. Or the people who have are so busy with the other things that they are loaded up on as, you know, longtime gurus and understanding folks that since they have to deal with it at the end of the day, everything might as well be referred straight to them. And they might as well say, hey, don't touch it at all. And then, of course, they are overwhelmed. As a copy machine, that's not a big issue. But everything else that's similar, everything else that takes people who know things well, everything else that, you know, you want experienced people who are able to not only be here a long time because they're comfortable and don't want to leave and have their retirement reset. They're comfortable because they enjoy teaching here and they enjoy the culture that we create. We don't have that. So we need a variety of things that will keep people here. Not only what we talk about tonight in terms of, you know, money to bring people in and keep people here, but specifically, so changes in culture and how we actually address things that are issues at the school. So wanted to give that as an example.
Thank you. Renee?
Good evening. I'm Renee Furtig. I'm a CTE culinary arts teacher here in this district, and I've been in this district more than 25 years. I've been a teacher more than 30 years and chose to make this my home and my district when I could have taught. I was teaching previously in Salinas where I would make $10,000 a year more, and it's still the same. That's been 25 years ago, but I chose purposely to make this district my home because I love the community and the people. And I believe strongly in the CTE programs. And this community has always had a broad CTE program because the community believes in CTE and real world, real life skills for students. And because I think that's the people that we serve. That's what our students want. And I think that I know that there has been discussion about eliminating positions in CTE. And I think that you're going to be doing this community and our students a big disservice. I've been down this road before. And it wasn't good then either. And the more we cut CTE programs, the more we limit options for our students. I know that there's a big push in the district to make every kid satisfy all the requirements for UC and CSU. And that's just not our students. That is not our population. If you believe that it is, you have not been here. You don't live here. That's not what our students not want. That's not what their goals are. And if you believe that students can't make a living wage by graduating from high school and pursuing a career in a CTE pathway or program, then you don't know this area. You don't know our students, and you don't know the types of programs. Many of our students that have graduated from here and come back and report to us all the time are making much more money and much more fulfilled in their careers than many people I know. So I just wanted to make sure you're aware of our community and who you really serve, and that you've actually spoken with our students and our parents and that they're well aware of the cuts that you're making in our programs, because I don't think it's right for our students. And I couldn't sit by and be silent, even though it's not my program right now. It may be tomorrow or next year. And I don't think it's right for our students to stay silent, because that means you might think that it's okay with all of us, and it's not. Thank you.
Thank you. Leslie?
Good evening. My name is Leslie Vitiello, and I teach mostly ninth grade in the CTE program, and teaching 21st century skills, which now I'm going to go into, I think, ethnic studies now next year. And I think that, you know, this is my 5th year here, and the fact that I'm considered a veteran teacher, that's pretty scary. I've taught for over 20 years, and the point that Chris made is really true. These kids, you know, every year when they come in and they see how many teachers have left, it hurts. It hurts. And when you have some teachers that are really dedicated and teaching a subject that these students absolutely love, they love auto, they love public service, they see the relevance. It's a career path for them. They're getting connected to mentors. So not only are you taking a program away, but you're taking two educators that absolutely love these kids, and you're taking that away. That's a really big void. And I really don't think that I don't know, it doesn't seem like maybe the homework has been done to make this decision, because our community, I really don't think would support this. And I do feel like there's room for both. You don't have to force the entire student population to say you're going to university straight out of high school. They will ebb and flow. They will go down a career path of auto tech and then decide, wow, I think I want to own my own business. Maybe I'll go get my business associates as well. Or maybe I want to actually engineer and design these vehicles. I think I'm going to head off to university and get my degree further down that path. It doesn't have to be one or the other. And I feel like we've been put into a place where we're forcing the kids to make this other decision by taking a program away that they really love. And I think that's very disheartening, very sad to do to our kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, any other comments on non-public comments on non-agenda items?
Speaking of CFT time, but Mr. Mouser, I just had one comment as well, because I wish Mr. Mouser was still here. So I want to make this clear to everybody in this room on public record. We are
Mr.
not
Moore?
making budget.
Please direct your
We are
comments
not
here.
making budget cuts next year. There is zero reason for budget cuts next year, nor are those positions being cut because some looming budget crisis. I know that's maybe that's in the ether. I don't know where it came from. And maybe that was the case at some point. But I have had conversations with district cabinet, and that is not why those positions are being cut. And I know it is because there just isn't, and I've as always brought a handout for you guys here.
Awesome, thank you.
And I was gonna save this for the time, but since I heard Mr. Mouser, that really, and somebody actually told Mr. Mouser, and being the stand-up guy that he is, he won't be the names, but I want the names. That his job is being cut in order to get raised for NMCFT and CSCA, which, I mean, not even a whisper of that was even mentioned, implied, or discussed in any version of a discussion with the very in-depth budget discussions that I had with Ms. Santa Cruz, Mr. Turkey, Mr. Wilson, and with a lot of you guys, because it's just not true. But somehow that is out there, and I really would like it to be the record to be straight. We don't cut teachers, first of all, we cut programs. So if Mr. Wellman's program gets cut, he has a PE credential, Mr. Wellman will stay here. The program does not continue. We don't cut people, we cut programs. Anybody whose program is cut who has a credential will still be here. But I need that made clear to them, that this is not layoffs, nor is there any looming budget. Because I actually had a first-year teacher come up to me yesterday and ask for the seniority list to see if he's going to get laid off. And to make it very clear what you're looking at right there, you can look at what's highlighted in Mr. Newsom's updated budget. We're going to get the second most money ever in California state history. If you look on the third page, it's highlighted for state funding for education next year, ever. If you look at our own budgets, which I'll come back to you in our time here, even if nothing changed in our budget for this year, we got the third most money this year we've ever gotten, and it is going to change. It's changed 4 million from the start. Even if nothing changes on our budget, we're already projected in December that we're going to have more money this year than we've ever spent in any year in this district. So I just want to set the record very, very straight on that. And I certainly don't want Mr. Mouser or any other teacher here thinking we're in some kind of budget crisis, because we're not even close. And I certainly don't want anybody to think any other looming layoffs are coming because of some budget disreality that I have no idea where that's coming from. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I'm opening it to Zoom. Is there any public comment in Zoom? No. All right, closing public comment. Moving on to the next item, we're doing a presentation, Elkhorn School presentation on Jóvenes Nobles. I do want to ask our staff that if we have any students who are here to talk and speak about anything, including the presentation, that they are first to speak, to give them their time and respect. And also that includes our parents. So, and save the, not that you don't count, but save the staff time to the end. We are also reminding everyone that we're aiming for a 15-minute presentation. And if we need to extend, the board will decide that. But we're aiming for a 15-minute presentation to talk to us, and then we'll go on discussion.
Good evening, board members, superintendent, and community members. My name is Cristal Santana, Community Schools Coordinator at Elkhorn. We are here today to share one example of the impact of community schools through our Joven Noble and Nature Integration Group. Next slide, please. So Joven Noble is an evidence-based youth leadership program focused on character development. It is designed to help students develop life skills, support academics, and cultivate a sense of cultural identity and positive self-esteem, as well as navigate life's transitions. The program is built around the concept of palabra and the idea that our youth need support from all of us, the community. The idea for Joven Noble emerged from our needs assessment, where parents, staff, and students express the need for programs that integrate social emotional learning, cultural enrichment, and community engagement. And then during our cost meeting, we discussed that the need for additional support for our students. And so Joven Noble became the perfect solution to meet both needs. Over the course of this 6-week program, we were able to touch on 3 of the 4 community school pillars. So integrated supports with our cost team, expanded learning opportunities, and these are activities that go beyond the traditional school day for students to learn, grow, and thrive, as well as the collaboration with families and community partners. That is the essence of community schools. We bring everyone together to support our students. Next slide, please. So now this is the best part of our presentation today. And so again, Joven Noble is guided by 4 commitments that shape our youth's character development. And now I would like to pass it on to our students to share their experience around the program. And we'll start off with Brianna.
Good evening. My name is Brianna Alvarez Cardenas. For the past 11 weeks, I have had the opportunity to participate in Joven Noble. In this group, we have been learning what it means to be a Joven Noble. One of the commitments that stand out to me is keeping my word. It has taught me the importance of respect and not sharing what other people share with me. This commitment has helped me build stronger relationships with the people closest to me. One of the things I really enjoyed is going on the nature field trips. If I hadn't participated, I would have missed out on experience that I wouldn't have done myself. I also wanted to share that I always been proud of my Mexican culture and being able to speak more than one language. But Joven Noble gave me the opportunity to share it more with other people. Being a part of Joven Noble is a valuable opportunity to grow as a leader and take positive action for myself. Thank you for hearing what I had to say. Now I'm going to pass it on to Jessica, who is also part of Joven Noble.
Hi, my name is Jessica Martinez, and this is my experience in Joven Noble. I really love Joven Noble because you meet new people, you do get good experience that you would never know if you're going to do before. One of my favorite field trips we went is meet horses because I really love horses. One of the main fact I learned that you can't brush different places because it hurts for them. Another one is that if you pull their hair or brush their hair, it doesn't hurt for them. That's my favorite field trips because I really love horses. I always wanted a horse. One of the commitments I learned is that I have to treat others the way I want to be treated, and I wish we had more field trips. Good evening, buenas tardes, or cha en Mixteco. My name is Melissa Cortez Ramirez. In Joven Noble, I had the opportunity to grow as a person. In the beginning, I was very shy about sharing or participating and now I am more willing to participate in new activities. In Joven Noble, I made a commitment as a young woman of my word. I commit in my relationship to always treat others the way I want to be treated. Now I am going to pass it on to Ms. Crystal.
Thank you, ladies. So next slide, please. So at the end of that 6-week program, we had a celebration known as Crossing of the Bridge. This ceremony allows students to share their regalos or gifts and compromisos or commitments with their families and the community. The significance of crossing the bridge is symbolic. It shows that our students do not have to face the journey alone. They are supported by caring adults, and one day they will be the ones helping others as they cross the bridge. Now, I would like to pass it on to our parents who will share their experience around Joven Noble, and we'll start off with la señora Ana.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Ana Hernández. Mi experiencia sobre Joven Noble es que es un programa muy saludable y no sabía que existían esos programas que son muy dedicados para ayudar a los jóvenes, donde yo miré a mi hijo que tenía mucha ilusión, que se sentía como apoyado con los demás, no nomás con los papás, y pues yo miré un equipo muy bonito y me gustó bastante. Quisiera agradecer por todo el apoyo que hace todas esas personas y hacen posible esos programas. Y es todo por mi parte, les paso a mi esposa.
Before he speaks, I'm going to translate. So good evening. My name is Ana Hernandez. My experience with Joven Noble in this program was I didn't know that these programs existed and that they were so dedicated with the students and that the students felt supported and that they didn't feel alone and that they had support from others. I've seen a great team working together, and I want to thank the group for making it possible.
Muy buenas tardes o buenas noches. Mi nombre es Raimundo y mi esposa Ana fue la que pasó y mi niño es Ray, el que asistió en el programa. Este fue un programa muy bonito que yo miré, me di cuenta cuando fue la graduación. Fue algo muy bonito que que ellos vivieron, especialmente en ese día de la graduación que tuvieron. Fue algo tan bonito que yo también pensé y dije, pues, ¿dónde estaba este grupo, este programa, esto que están haciendo? Porque yo no había escuchado antes de algún programa así. Entonces, a mí me pareció tan bonito que yo dije, pues, que sigan haciéndolo, ¿verdad? Que no paren de hacerlo y que lo promovamos más para que continúe, porque es algo muy bonito para los niños, les ayuda mucho, especialmente en las edades que están ellos ahí terminando lo que es la primaria. Gracias.
So good evening. My name is Raimundo. This is my wife, Ana, and my son, Ray, is the one that participated. When I seen the celebration that the students had, it was beautiful. I said, where was this program? I didn't know something like that was available. And it helps the students, especially at this age. And now we'll have one more parent, la señora Antonia.
Muy buenas tardes, mi nombre es Antonia Cortés Ramírez, aquí en nombre de mi hija Melissa Cortés Ramírez, también mis hijos y los que también no son mis hijos. He aprendido la importancia de involucrarme a la diferencia que hacen en los niños. A través de mi participación he podido vivir la niñez que no tuve. La ceremonia de los niños de Joven Noble fue muy especial, en importante de ver a mi hija recibir su certificado rodeados de los maestros. Aunque mi hija no tuvo pena de hablar, yo me sentí muy orgullosa de su logro. Yo pienso que es necesario animar a los niños a los niños estudiantes a seguir intentando, así como Joven Noble les animamos a hacer, porque querer es poder. Muchas gracias. Le paso a Cristal.
Good evening. My name is Antonia Cortez Ramirez. I'm here representing my daughter Melissa Cortez Ramirez, my other children, and those that are not my children too. I've learned the importance of participating and the difference it does in our children. Through my participation, I've been able to live a childhood I wasn't able to have. The celebration of Joven Noble was very special and important to see my daughter receive a certificate surrounded by teachers. Although my daughter had difficulty speaking, I felt very proud of her. And I feel that it's important to support other students to keep trying, just as Joven Noble encourages others to keep trying. And when you want something, you can do it. Thank you. And then, so again, thank you for having us today. We're also excited to be here, and that's our presentation. So I don't know if you guys have any questions or comments for us.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Before our, we're going to start with any public comment. Awesome. Sue? All right, we're closing public comment. Let's open it to the board. I'll start with our student representative, Julia. Any questions or comments?
I don't have any questions, but as a comment, it's great to see how this plan that was brought to us, but then actually see how it impacted the students and the feedback that they have. And obviously it's also impacting their parents too, and seeing how it, like she said, she hadn't lived that herself, and seeing that her daughter was able to, I think it's very empowering. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia. Rick?
I just did a public comment at a meeting on Tuesday, written down, and I stuttered. And you guys all did better than me and did great. All you guys, the parents, students, like straight up, I'm not even lying. The program's great. Thank you for everything. I'm glad you guys benefited and all the students benefited. It's exactly why everyone does it. And congratulations and good job.
Thank you, Rick. Sandra?
Just thank you for the presentation. Like Rick said, you were also very brave and spoke so eloquently about your experience. And I know the board supports programs that are meaningful for students. So it's wonderful to get that feedback that a program is successful and meaningful. So thank you for being here.
Thank you. Martha?
No, gracias. I got to meet a lot of the kids because I was honored to go to your graduation, and I really learned a lot about the program. Aprendí mucho cuando estaba allí esa noche, and very impressed. You know, so good job. Kids did a good job that night. You did a great job tonight. I have just one question. Is this program going to continue, and how does it work with these kids? Because they develop some incredible leadership skills.
Great question, Martha. So yes, the students have asked to continue the program. So we've been doing follow-up meetings. Their next project is how can we be of service to our community? So they're planning to either do some form of meal and serve it to our community. So that's the plan. And then we're also thinking about bringing it to other sites. We just had a meeting. And then, so I know Prunedale is interested, the middle school is interested, and the high school is interested. And we're gonna bring a parent component. It's cara y corazón. It's very similar to that. So, and our parents are asking for that. Our students are asking that, and that's where we're doing that. So thank you.
Thank you. Angelo?
Can you take corazón? The next program?
Cara y corazón.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just trying to write down my notes.
Face
here.
and heart. Yeah.
Okay, face and heart.
That's it.
That'd be it, yeah.
Awesome. Matt, do you have any input? Or?
Just thank you. Thank you for the presentation, and thank you all for being here. It's wonderful to see you and to hear about the program. Thank you.
I would say the same. It's amazing to hear, especially from the students, not that I don't want to hear from staff, but always hearing from the students and their experiences and how programs that are brought into our district are impacting you all. It's really good to hear about them. And then also from our parents and the involvement, because it takes the support of our parents. Se toma el apoyo de ustedes como padres también para poder tener programas como estos. Entonces les agradezco por haber venido y compartir sus experiencias. Thank you for coming and for sharing your experiences. It takes also the parents to support our students. And I think my only question is, can this be brought, and you mentioned several schools, but can this be brought outside of community schools, or is it tied to community schools? Because I'm pretty familiar with Joven Noble, and in other spaces is brought without being tied to community schools. And I just want to make sure that that's correct.
That is correct. And if we remember, every community schools is different. And just because we're still growing that part, this is what community schools looks like right now. So as we're growing our supports for our students and our parents, and we engage more the community, it might look different, but yes, it can.
Awesome. And I'm thinking of the schools that don't have community schools right now that would benefit from programs like these ones. And I think, like I mentioned, I'm pretty familiar with Joven Noble and Care Corazon, and it's a great program to also understand identity and understand who you are in your history and your background, especially during these times where we're hearing really negative messages about certain cultures, certain spaces, and we want our students to know that they also belong and their identity also belongs in this space.
Yes.
So I want to thank you also as the coordinator who's bringing and working with parents and students, because this is exactly what we want to see. We want to be able to see a program that is really functioning and the students are benefiting and growing leadership. So thank you so much for that.
And thank you. And just to mention, when we do the district-wide, we do invite the other schools, even though they don't have a community schools coordinator.
Awesome.
So, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank
So
you.
thank you so much and hope you have a good night. Muchas gracias.
Gracias.
And just seeing our staff over here, thank you so much for setting up and managing our different tones and our different styles of doing our presentation. But I want to remind everyone to please come to the podium. If you do have an accommodation that you need, that you can't come to the podium, talk to Valerie so we can know that. But also come to the podium and don't move the mic. Our staff will move and adjust sound. The mic is designed for everyone to hear and also for our viewers at home to also hear the conversations. And we want to make sure that they're hearing and that there's equal volume, or else I'm going to start screaming and we don't want to hear that. All right. So let's move on to Classified School Employees Association. Anyone who would like to speak? All right, moving on to the Teachers Federation.
That looks familiar.
This is not the entirety of North Monterey County Federation of Teachers. There's 36, 37 of us. Mr. Beach was going to talk first.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm Bob Beach. I teach at Echo Valley. This is my 32nd year in the district, so I have a long view of what's been happening. I see the sign back that was removed from our board meeting, which is on my shirt. How does this decision affect children? And we're here to talk about, well, first, I just want to say congratulations to our classified brothers and sisters for getting a 2% increase in benefits. They definitely deserve it. And that's wonderful, on top of the 5% raise that we all received. And we all know that our classified employees are the ones that keep this, they're the glue that keep us together. And speaking of keeping us together, which is real important, we want to make sure that we're not treating different employee groups differently. I mean, if they're getting a 2% increase, because what I heard was that, well, they don't make as much as certificated employees. Well, then you can make that same argument. Well, administrators received our same 5% raise. Well, they make more than us, so maybe they shouldn't get that. If we start doing that, it's very divisive. So we want to make sure that we are treating all employees fairly. We want to make sure we're recognizing the work that we all do. And I think it is, the great thing is, like Kelly said, with this great budget that we are in, this can certainly be rectified, and we'd like to see to make sure that the 5% that we help negotiate raise for all employees in the district also now will get that 2% bump in benefits. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, me again. Tim Gower. There's many stories as to what that 2% can do for anybody. And it's not about, you know, bolstering up a retirement. There's so many people with childcare costs. There's so many people with outstanding student loan balances that they can give you the stories about. As for me, 27 years here, and I'm still have $87,000 in student loans. That 2% can make a really nice little dent to keep paying that down. I mean, obviously I'm going to be repaying that probably until I'm 70 or maybe more. I don't know. Maybe I'll leave it to my kids. But it's disheartening, the divisiveness that it creates. It doesn't make you feel equal. It makes you feel a little less appreciated. And also, if financially, if you just look at benefits, medical, like dental and vision, the benefit for dental and vision has not increased in the time that I've been teaching in this district. The benefit hasn't increased at all. But what has increased is the price that doctors, the eye doctors and dentists charge, which is you might be able to get a half a cavity filled now for what we benefit. That is what I see the most for me personally, but that's across the board, obviously. That's what every benefit is for every teacher. It's a really weak benefit. We've researched finding out if we can get a better benefit. There is nothing out there. And so that 2% can really help reduce the or increase what can be done with those two benefits. There's a laundry list, and that's what these people can come, you know, my colleagues can come and talk about this laundry list. If it's a budget issue, I think Kelly made it pretty clear. And so did the state budget report. And, you know, just like the facilities, where's the roadblock? Because if it's financial, there's no way. It's got to be one or two or three people at the district level that's not advocating. And that's a concern, big concern. Where's the roadblock? And I asked the board, maybe do some more looking into where's the roadblocks at the district level. All right, thank you.
Hello, Cassandra Quaylar, teacher. I am here tonight to speak about the fact that I am not worth less and I do not deserve less than other people who work in this district, especially with the cost of healthcare and dental care continuing to take a massive financial toll on teachers like myself. Every month, $410 is taken out of my check to cover the cost of my health, dental, and vision benefits that the district does not cover. In 2024 alone, a total of $3,951 was deducted from my paychecks to cover my health, dental, and vision benefits. On top of that, almost $4,000 that is deducted from my take-home money every calendar year. I also pay thousands more each calendar year in deductibles and out-of-pocket medical and dental expenses. There has not been a single year since the COVID vaccine I got in 2021 at this high school, which almost killed me and has permanently destroyed my body, that I have not hit my out-of-pocket yearly maximums with my medical insurance. My cost of CT scans, MRIs, ultrasounds, echocardiograms, blood tests, hematologists, AKA blood doctors, emergency room visits, hospital stays with telemetry, etc., all add up very quickly. One bill alone from my first 5 days at CHOMP in 2021, when the blood clots were first caught after the vaccine, came to $75,000. I will never forget getting charged the first $500 of that bill while laying in a bed at CHOMP just after asking if I was going to die. My teeth are another massive financial issue. Our dental benefits are not good at all for someone who has bad teeth. As a child with a mother addicted to meth, I did not have someone taking care of my teeth or someone teaching me how to take care of my teeth, and my teeth were destroyed by cavities early on. Unlike my bio mother, who has only 10 rotting teeth left in her mouth, as all of her other teeth have been pulled out or were knocked out due to domestic violence, I have spent thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars trying to save my teeth. 7 crowns later, lots of root canals, and who knows how many fillings. I still luckily have a mouthful of teeth. However, I walk around with an abscess in my lower right jaw that will cost thousands of dollars to treat and may still potentially end with my bottom right side molars falling out, which will then cost thousands of dollars more to put in fake teeth if I want to have a mouthful of teeth. By not treating it, I run the risk of my jaw breaking in half or an infection going to my brain, but that's a risk I take in order to avoid the insane cost of fixing the problem. I also currently have a tooth that is halfway through the crown process because of the cost, so I am drawing out the crown process as long as I can, which means I have had a shaved down, darker, rough filling tooth for about 6 months now. Please do what is right and make sure that all employees get the same total 7% raise so teachers like myself can better afford the medical and dental interventions they need. Please do not be the first board in my 17 years in this district that shows through actions that some employees deserve less.
Good evening. I'm Juan Gonzalez. I've been working at the middle school for 10.5 years. It is a blessing to work in a career that greatly influences the lives of others in many ways. And it's unfortunate that sometimes we as educators are undervalued by the general public. We have received many raises over the years here at North Monterey County, but they all have come with a struggle. There has not been a year where raises have been given because the powers that be believe we deserve them. We need them. We emphasize with us or our economic struggles. Being a teacher who is the sole income earner with a family of 5, every little extra counts and helps me and my family move forward in life. Living in Monterey County is very expensive for everyone. And unfortunately, the government does not provide economic programs to help people in our career fields. As a family, we have to make medical economic decisions on a regular basis, and those in turn affect what I can and cannot provide for my family. Our dental insurance plan does not cover braces, and I have been having to pay for my eldest braces out of pocket. It is difficult knowing that I cannot afford them and have to make a payment plan. For the first phase, I had to make a $1,000 down payment and pay regular monthly payments over the next 18 months. Now in phase 2, we have the same situation. Once again, I have to make a payment of $1,000 and make payments of $222 for the next 18 months. Over 4 years, that will add up to about $10,000. My middle child and youngest have also developed a few cavities and required dental procedures that our $1,400 allowance does not cover, especially here in Monterey County. After each visit in the past year, I remember having to pay $125 for one child and another $285 for my 5-year-old daughter's procedure. In addition to our dental needs, our healthcare expenses are even more astronomical. Every month, $1,478.91 is deducted from my check to cover the medical plan I have selected for my family. That adds up to $16,268.01 a year, plus copays, deductibles, and medications. There are times in my life I skip a required or recommended medical appointment in order to have a little bit more for an emergency. That is our personal situation, and I greatly appreciate any help to make our quality of life a little bit better, especially with the cost of rapid inflation and soaring healthcare costs. I just ask you to take a few minutes to research where Monterey County stands in medical costs compared to the nation, and without a doubt, you will truly be convinced that 2% we are asking for is well-deserved and needed. About 20% of my wages go to general healthcare expenses each year, and it hurts having to scrounge for another 2%. When we all know hardworking teachers deserve that and more. As a family, we do our best for our children, and that means medical expenses come first, but it comes at a price. We have made changes to our shopping habits, limited vacation opportunities, and cut overall family expenses in order to economically survive where we live. And we all live in the same place, so hopefully you guys understand where we are coming from. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Americo Castillo. I was born and raised in Castroville. I came to this high school been working in this district for 25 years now. I'd like to encourage other kids who are graduating here to become teachers as well. Just like I did, contribute back to the community. As far as what we're talking about here, you know, personally, I'm kind of in the same boat with everybody else. The amount of money that's taken out of my check every month over a year adds up to about $10,000 that's taken out of my check. But the money that I also have to pay for additional medical costs adds up to about another $10,000 out of pocket. Both of my kids were born with a condition called Usher syndrome type 3. They're both losing their hearing and they're both losing their vision. My daughter has hearing aids that our insurance does not cover. We have to pay out of pocket every time we get a new pair of hearing aids, and we want to make sure we have the most up-to-date hearing aids so she can hear clearly. And they're between $6,000 to $7,000 for a pair of hearing aids each time she gets an updated pair of hearing aids. My son's not at that point yet, but he will be soon. Hopefully not soon, actually. I want to take that back. We have appointments that we need to go to UCSF for to check to see what their condition is. And our doctor there is really wanting wanting us to come on a regular basis. But every time we go, it's pretty much about $500 to $600 out of pocket just to have a checkup. So we make decisions sometimes to not do those checkups because it costs money. It costs us a lot of money. And so, you know, that's just my story. I'm not, you know, I know we all, hey, I'm rich compared to some of the people here. I'm rich. Okay. I made it. I do all right, you know, but I also don't want to be undervalued, like everybody said, for what it is, for the work that I put into this district. I gave my heart to this district. I was born in this district. I have family that goes to school in this district. And they will continue to come into this district. And I want to encourage them to be like, yeah, you know what? This district is a good place to work at. You should become a teacher at this district. They treat you well. I want to believe that. And I know that you guys want to believe that because you guys have probably had kids that came to this district. And I know Rick came as a student out of this district. And I know that you came as a student to this district. And you have children that came in this district. And you want to believe that this district is a place to be. And so do I. And I want to continue to believe that. And I want to continue to feel like we're respected as teachers and as individuals and as community members of this district. So, you know, I'm not going to keep going on and on about whatever. I just want to make sure that you guys understand that we pour our hearts and minds into this district to all our kids. And I don't want to be undervalued. I want to be treated just like everybody else. I try to treat the custodians with the same amount of respect as I treat Dr. Turkey, Marta, everybody. I want to treat everybody with the same amount of respect, and I want to get the same respect back because I work my butt off to be in this district, and like I said, once again, I'm going to go back to I want to encourage more students to graduate and want to come back to this district and be teachers to give back to the community because, como dice, hay que sembrar y con las raíces hay que sembrar más plantas. Okay, more plants, more people. Let's grow the community. Let's grow the teachers. We want the teachers to come back and give back. But we want to know, we want to be able to say and promote that this district is where you want to be, not go somewhere else. Don't go to Salinas, don't go to PVSD. Stay right here in North County. So with that, I'll say muchas gracias, and hopefully you guys make the right decision.
I'm not going to tell you the story about my out of pocket for when my son had brain cancer in Stanford, or my other son who was admitted for Crohn's last year, but it's a similar story to what America was saying. Because that's not, I think you guys are very well aware of that. And I think I am kind of not chalking this up, but to me, this is just a misunderstanding because almost all of you guys are new. And I know that this is coming from a great place. First of all, I just want to reiterate what Mr. Veach said, is that this is not about CSA. They absolutely deserve 7%, every single penny of it. This is not about that whatsoever. However, let's just kind of go back to the start of the year, and you have to understand how this makes us feel. At the start of the year, we heard budget crisis, And all we can afford to give you guys for a raise is 1%. And I can say that because that was public knowledge when we went to mediation, right? And we worked our butts off to try to educate everybody. And I mean, we like the teachers, because I look, this is no strike against CSEA whatsoever. But we did all the heavy lifting for salary for negotiations. I just say that and I have no problem saying that. And we always have, and we have no problem with that. We negotiate raise for Superintendent Yater when she was here. We negotiated raise for everybody in this district. We have no problem doing that because we have the time and the energy to do it. And they deserve it. We all deserve that. And I know you guys are coming from a great place because I'm sure you looked at CSEA and said, wow, their wages are really low. Their healthcare caps are lower. Man, that's hard, right? But then how does that sound to us where we start off 1%, we're broke. And now we're giving one group 7% and you guys 5%? I don't understand what you thought that would make us feel like, but it makes us feel like second-class employees here. And I know that's not what you intended. And I know, it's not an insult to you guys at all, but you're all new at your jobs. I don't know how else you could expect us to feel except hurt by this and like second class. And so we're here to ask you, and going back to the handout that I gave you, if you look at the last two sheets, you can see, and those are our district reports. Just since the start of the year, we have $4 million more this year than the beginning of the year. $4 million more from doing nothing. That would pay for 7% for every single employee in this district plus change. Just the extra money that we've got. Just that money. And when we sit at the negotiating table, we always ask, what is the cost for 1% raise? And the number we get, do you know what the number is? It's not how much a 1% is for the teachers. It's how much a 1% raise is for everybody. They told us a 1% raise was $450,000. That's a lot for teachers. It's not just for everybody. And then to turn around, negotiate for everybody, and then we get less than everybody. I've never, that policy exists to not make teachers feel like this. They all have families. We all have teaching to do tomorrow. Nobody wants to be here. I assume you don't want us to be here. You certainly don't want us feeling like this. And we have the money to make that right. I think we have the money for 9%. Your negotiating team settled for 5% as a show of good faith to show you guys, hey, look, when we do 5%, we'll still be completely fiscally solvent next year. But we want to show you guys that we're willing to come to table and work together and get an agreement. But that doesn't feel good anymore. That felt great. That felt so great to get that agreement right off the bat. I mean, it doesn't feel good anymore. So whatever you guys have to do to make it right, we are imploring that you do that. I don't want us to have to come back a second school board meeting. I don't want CSA to get less 7%. It's not going to bankrupt the district. It's not even going to be barely felt by the district because CSA is already getting the 7%. We can afford it and they deserve it. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. We appreciate your comments and we always appreciate having staff here and give comments. So thank you.
Thank you, comments.
Let's move on to board reports and we're going to start off with our student representative.
Hi, thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Julia, and I'm here to present the student board report for January 23rd, 2025. And I haven't been here since last year, so I hope everyone had a great holiday season, if you celebrate, and a great new year. All right. Next slide, please.
Julia, let's wait a second so we can come.
Here's the room.
Yeah, it's because I want to be able to hear you. We welcome everyone to stay for the remaining of the meeting, but if you're not going to stay, please let us listen to the remaining of the meeting. Go ahead, Julia.
Okay, so first I'd like to highlight our recent senior nights. Last Wednesday, our boys wrestling team had an impressive match against Pacific Grove High School. And I might not understand wrestling, but I definitely I don't know what the term is, but I know they won, if that's how you say, but they had an incredible fight and came out on top. And then a big shout out to our soccer team who played their senior night, our girls soccer team against Salinas High School with a 5-0 win. And it was a great match and it showed their impressive skills. It's a great, I encourage everyone to watch our school's soccer teams. They're great. And next slide. And so we have a lot of, after coming out of winter break, there's a lot of new ideas and new activities that we're planning. So this presentation is kind of short because up and coming, there will be a lot more to come. So we have an election convention that's happening around April, late April, early May. And our school's election convention is where candidates can run for ASB officer positions. So president, vice president, speaker of the house, social activities, and pep and athletics. And we are actually one of the only schools in our community that does this. So when we went to CATA earlier this year around maybe October, CATA is the California Association of Activity Directors, and that's where we actually gave a presentation about our election convention. So we taught or we presented to other schools about what it is and how it runs, since we are the only school in our community that does that. And then in April this year, we'll be going to CASTLE, which is California Association of Student Leaders, where it's California's, I guess CATA is under CASTLE in that sense. So that's up and coming. Our student government has been planning a spelling bee and a talent show. And both events are just a lot of fun and a chance for students to showcase their talents. Then for freshmen, we have Valentine's Day activities coming up, and Club Rush is coming up. And obviously Club Rush is the way for students to get involved in clubs that in topics they're passionate about. And then next week, our student government class will be going to Salinas High School, where they're kind of putting on their own version of a conference of student leaders. And Salinas High School is inviting a lot of local schools in the area where we will learn from other schools' ASBs. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff coming out soon. We're kind of getting out of the slump of being at home for quite some time. But yeah, so that's all for the report.
Thank you, Julia.
Thank you.
I'll start this time with Angela.
To be honest, I'm excited about the spelling bee. That's why I seen the spelling bee was like, when I was in the 3rd grade, so it'd be fun to see high schoolers do something like that. And same as your talent show. So, and when is the Club Rush?
Club Rush is February. Let me look at the calendar.
Well, you can tell me later, but I look forward to being like the board now, so we can maybe show up and see what clubs you guys are doing. But yeah, thank you for sharing that.
Awesome. Marta.
I just wanted to recognize, we all experienced, a catastrophe in our backyard with the Moss Landing power plant. And I really want to recognize the operations team that you guys made a decision of closing the schools. And I thought that was a very good move, considering there were surrounding schools that did not. I really appreciate that. And I also attended, this caused a lot of concerns in community. And so I attended the meeting that was at the Grange Hall last Monday. I learned a lot about, it was very well organized. It was very productive, and Matt was there, Rick was there, and myself, and over 175, and I think you guys seen it on the news, people were there. It was very well organized as far as really being productive and going around the room and everybody sharing, broke up in sessions and they shared their concerns and they shared solutions and then they reported out. It was very productive. Supervisor Church, you guys have seen everything that's going on, and I'm not going to repeat that, but from that, I felt, and I joined the steering committee and I said, we need to extend this knowledge and continue sharing it with other groups. And we need to share it with the Spanish community and the Mixteco family because it affected everybody.
So I am coordinating an event at the community center on February 4th, and you guys will be getting information on that. It will be translators there. Church will be there. I'll have the fire chief there. I have the health department there. And I'm really hoping that we can continue this momentum because it's a lot of information that people need to know. The seriousness of what this plant has done and making sure that church is getting the support that he needs, that this catastrophe doesn't happen again, you know, with the safety protocols that they want to have in place. So just putting that out there, I'll make sure to give you guys information when we just barely putting this all together in partnership with this group from North County that said, hey, we really want to gather everything that was there and share it to the Spanish community. So we're going to keep the momentum going and I hope people can join us. And so that was my report. And I just want to add one more thing. I'm really glad to hear that the Know Your Rights Forum is coming. So Adriana and Matt, thank you for that. I know the time is so important for something like that. And I'm really glad to hear that you guys are sponsoring that too. So I'm sure you guys are going to be sharing some information on that.
Thank you, Marta. Sandra?
I just want to take this opportunity to thank all our teachers, administrators, and staff who make our district successful for our students. I have deep gratitude and I appreciate that there are so many people who show up on a daily basis for our students. We see them when we drive in, they're active in the classroom, feeding our students, getting them on the bus, making sure that they're safe as they're on campus. And so that's all I have for my board report. Is a sincere thank you for everyone who works so very hard for our district. So thank you.
Thanks, Sandra. Rick?
Just kind of want to say thank you to Matt for speaking to everyone at the Grange on Monday. And then there was actually a board of supervisors meeting the next day, and it was pretty packed then also, and everyone got to speak what they feel about it, and it's really unifying. I had mentioned that it's rare when you get a subject in politics where like almost everyone is in agreement. So it's a pretty big thing. So hopefully, people, and it goes to the state level and probably farther, but listen to their constituents and the people, and the also the know your rights. Just we as a district want everyone to know that our aim is to keep everyone safe and hopefully feel safe and know that we'll do what we can, our best to do that. And then I been going to a lot of games in high school and middle school, and I heard about the North High beating them 5-0, but at the same time I couldn't go to it because we had a middle school 8th grade basketball game. We beat our rivals Buena Vista by I think 4 or 5 points. I think 5 points. It was intense. I mean, I don't think I've watched a game that intense. But that's it. Thank you.
Awesome. For me, I just want to say to our students, to everyone, our staff, our families, that this is a safe space and they're welcome here. And our district will continue to provide support, provide systems, processes to make sure that everyone's safe in our school. And again, we're here for all of our students, regardless of their background, regardless of their any of their race, disabilities, anything. All of our students matter, and this is a safe place for them. And then with that, I'll move on to superintendent's report.
Okay, thank you. And we can go straight to the second slide, please. So we recently had our first community town hall meeting, which I think was a real success. We had translations in both Spanish and Mixteco. We had food, we had childcare, and we started off with a SWOT analysis, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, which folks saw within the district. Everybody at each table had a chance to put in their thoughts and their ideas. And then we had some feedback. We gathered folks' thoughts and ideas. And then we had a Q&A session and then followed up with people's opinions about what they wanted for the next town halls, which actually brings me on to the next slide, please. So our next town hall is actually coming up on February the 19th. And the topic of discussion for that next one is going to be academics, specifically math and English language arts. Again, we'll be providing dinner, childcare, and translations in both Mixteco and Spanish. And then we're going to go on to have some further ones on March the 19th. That one is going to focus on mental health and social emotional learning. And then the one in April, which is going to focus on recruit and retain high top quality staff. And then in May 21, it's going to focus in on facilities. So I'd encourage all community members who are interested on those specific topics to please come out and have your voices heard, and we can have a back and forth and a conversation about these things. Next slide, please. So as we have mentioned before, we have a couple of community forums coming up around Know Your Rights, and it is actually Adriana and her the Watsonville Law Center who are putting this on for us. So thank you very much, Adriana. Really appreciate it. And so please do get the word out about these. Okay, it's important for our families to know their rights, that everybody in our state has rights. And we need to know what they are and spread the word around those rights, because there's a lot of misinformation flying around, a lot of fear flying around, and these are the facts. So January the 30th is in person from 6 to 7:30 at our middle school. And then next slide, please. We also have the same thing happening except on Zoom. So for those families and folks who would prefer to stay at home but still receive the information, this is an opportunity to do that. And that would be on February the 5th, again from 6 to 7:30. And next slide, please. So yesterday evening, we had our science and engineering fair, and I heard from quite a few different students around their wonderful science projects, all about, gosh, there was one down there about growing avocados. There was one about this substance, which I've never heard of, but the kids all know about, an oobleck. Right. It's a substance which you can make with baking soda that if you hit it really hard, right, from fast, it doesn't move at all. But then you put your finger in slowly and then it turns to a liquid, and and all the kids know about this. And this was totally new to me. So anyway, it was really fabulous seeing them. Just, you know, the little scientists there is wonderful. Next slide, please. Okay, we have our Condor Showcase coming up, and this is open to students and families in 8th to 11th grade. And this is really to see what our high school has to offer. Okay, so that students and families can make informed decisions around what are the courses which they want to take when they get to high school, when they get to their next grade level. So again, spread the word. Condor Showcase coming up January the 28th from 6 to 7:30. Next slide, please. Okay, so talking about the Moss Landing Battery Plant fire update, the update which I wanted to give is a very simple one. First of all, I understand the fear in the community. Okay, it's justified. And in terms of not wanting this to happen again, we of course do not want this to happen again. The main takeaways as far as we as a school are concerned right now is the evacuation orders have been lifted. The EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency, have completed their air monitoring, have seen that we are no different than the Bay Area or San Francisco. We don't have a reason to doubt the EPA. And so the air is safe to breathe. and the highways are open, and we hope and pray that this doesn't happen again. Next slide, please. For the team spotlight this week, I want to give a shout out to our incident command team. So the folks who you see on the slide here were the folks who we called together on Thursday evening. And what you'll see there is people represented from, from our HR department, from our Ed Services department, from our nutrition department, from our business services department, from our facilities, from our communication, from our transportation, from our technology. So a lot of folks there, because there's a lot of decisions which need to be made, which impact people across all departments. So a shout out to the incident command team. And next slide, please. And a very specific shout out to our transportation team. We had students who were out in science camp over by Watsonville, and they needed to be picked up on Friday. Okay. And it was our transportation team who went over there, picked them up, and then brought them safely back to both Echo Valley and Prunedale. So our transportation team, thank you from the bottoms of our heart for keeping our kids safe and bringing them home. Thank you. Next slide, please. The next shout out goes to our nutrition services team. So when the kids get back, they're hungry and they need something to eat. Okay. It was our nutrition services team who came to work on that Friday, made kids something to eat and made sure that they dropped it off, as well as prepping things for Tuesday for when we came back. So thank you to our nutrition services team. And next slide, please. This is also a shout out to our site administrators. Every single one of our site administrators, when asked, hey, can you come into school tomorrow? Okay, we need you to be at campus. We need you to be at campus at first to turn people around if they did not get the message about school. We need you to be at campus to open it up for teachers who need to come quickly and come get something and then turn around. We need you to be at school because there's some maintenance folks finishing some stuff off, turning off HVACs to make sure that the air from the outside doesn't come inside. And every single one of them said, absolutely. What else do you need? Let me know how I can help. So to our site administrators, thank you very much. And next slide, please. I believe that's the end. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's move on to we should usually don't provide public comment on reports. So maybe next time. We're gonna move on to adoption of the consent agenda.
Can I comment on it first, or do we do that?
Go ahead.
It's just like instead of pulling them and making more time, I just wanted to just say, you know, like.
Oh, on the consent.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, okay. On a couple of them, which is the cameras at Echo Valley, that's awesome. I mean, I think we should, you know, look at the other schools, obviously. Okay, great. Thank you, Matt. And also, thank you for the turf equipment and stuff like that. We needed that for forever, and it's gonna make everyone safer and cleaner and, and all that. So I move to adopt it.
Second.
Right. I'll open it for public comment. Any public comment on consent items? Soon. All right, closing public comment. All right, who did second? All right, let's have a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Julia? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, motion carries. Let's move on to discussion informational items. Start with item number 1, approval resolution of 2024-25-20 recognition of our district, Safe Haven School District.
Yeah, absolutely. Excuse me. So the proposed Safe Haven resolution is critical to affirming that if we want every single student to have the opportunity to graduate college, career, and life ready, then we need to make sure that we restate our dedication to support all of our students, regardless of immigration status, And this resolution strengthens our role as a champion of equity, inclusivity, and access to education. In light of growing fears and hardships faced by immigrant communities, this resolution reassures families that our schools are safe places, fostering trust and encouraging student attendance and engagement. By addressing the emotional, psychological, and physical challenges posed by immigration-related threats, this resolution reinforces our commitment to removing barriers which hinder student success. This resolution aligns with our ongoing policies and practices to provide services and protections for students and their families, ensuring consistency and clarity in our approach. Including this resolution on the agenda not only solidifies our stance as a district that prioritizes equity and inclusion, but also provides an opportunity to affirm our support for vulnerable students and families. Thank you.
Right, thank you. So I'm going to open it for public comment. Soon. Right, closing public comment and opening it for board, and I'll start with Rick. Or I'll start with Julia. Do you have any questions, Julia? Questions or comments on this resolution?
I was just looking at the link for the safe haven for all. I just would want to know more about it.
So it's essentially saying that we stand with all students, and it doesn't matter about your immigration status and your documentation status. There's a lot of fear right now in the communities around, will I be safe coming to school, dependent on my immigration status? And this is us saying as a school board that we stand with all of our students, regardless of documentation and immigration status, and the school is a safe place. Thank you for the question, Julia.
Any questions or comments, Julie?
Thank
I can come back to you if you need.
you.
Rick.
I'm just proud to, support this. Thank you.
Sandra.
I would just ask that we go beyond this resolution by checking in on, our community members, our students, and showing compassion towards one another and empathy. That's what I would ask, that we put each person's humanity first and show compassion, because it is a challenging time for so many people. The uncertainty can certainly cause a lot of stress. So if we just check in on one another, I think that would be very helpful, just in case people don't read this, that we live our commitment to our students and our community.
Thank you. Martha?
I just want to echo that. I thought about the same thing about this fear and the rumors that I'm hearing from some of the parents. Some might not even be bringing their kids to school because of what's happening right now. So if our community liaisons can check in with some of these families and reassure them that this is a safe haven, they're not allowed on these premises. Just to reassure them. And I know it's coming with the know the rights, but a check-in I think would be crucial. Thank you.
Thank you. Angela?
I have no questions or comment where I can add.
Okay, and I would just say, this is an area outside of the board where I focus and I work. And I've heard so many horrifying things that are happening because of everything that's happening. And I agree there needs to be checkup with our staff, with our students, with our parents, with our families. But I also want to say that there's also protections in California that are preventing some of the actions that they're saying. And even though federal law supersedes state law, there's still protections and there's still people fighting and will fight. And our district will use the California laws to make sure our students are safe. And more information, there's tons of spaces where you can get accurate information. So we encourage our families to reach out to the district, reach out our students as well to ask our district for information, because there's information that can be provided for parents and for our families and our communities. And we're here for our community, and we'll continue to be here for our community. All right. This is a motion item.
I move to adopt it.
I second.
Right, preferential vote.
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Oppose? Motion carries. All right, moving on to expanded learning program. Carol, welcome.
Good evening. Good evening, President Melgoza, Superintendent Turkey, members of the board and community. I'm Carol Ortiz, Director of Expanded Learning Department here in North Monterey County Unified. Today I'll be giving a very brief update on programs that we offered in the fall semester of the school year, as well as a review of contracts and proposals for the spring semester. Next slide, please. I would like to begin by thanking you as a board for your ongoing support with our expanded learning programs. In the fall, we proposed quite a few contracts, and thanks to your ongoing support and commitment to our after-school programs, we're able to serve approximately 1,000 students every day after school. We also offered an intersession during a winter break where we served about 110 TK through sixth grade students at Castroville Elementary. We also have quite a few certificated staff now who are offering after school, both enrichment and academic programs at a variety of our schools. So I just want to thank you all because I feel like we're able to expand and grow and move our after school programs in a positive direction thanks to your ongoing support. Next slide, please. Expanded Learning Department is proud to be one of the 4 pillars of the community schools model throughout California. We fit very well with the direction of community schools in our district and the philosophy of the belief system in supporting and offering programs to all of our schools and all of the members of our community. We were able to offer a fantastic haunted house at the middle school in October, and which our community partner Science My Way built. And we had over 200 families come over the weekend to participate in that open house. We also sponsored the community resource fair. We have lights on festivals at our sites every October. We also work very closely with the high school programs and support with their recuerdame. So those are just a couple of examples of what we do to support the community school models here in our district. Next slide, please. The next few slides are just pictures of some of the things that some of the programs we've been able to offer thanks to all of your support and with our programs. We started First Tee at the middle school. We are looking to bring some of the sixth graders over and do golfing at the middle school after school program. We support the banda at the high school, and we have a certificated teacher at Echo Valley who teaches Aztec dancing after school. And she actually took students to perform at the Cabe Regional Conference in the fall as well. Culinary class clubs have been very popular, both in the morning. So we have breakfast club at some of the sites because we do have students arriving at 6 a.m. And we have culinary clubs in our after school programs as well. And those are very popular. Next slide, please. Folklorico dance is popular at the high school, of course, and we are looking to expand that to the middle school site this semester. We have our Castroville program going very strongly, and we have one at, I want to say it's at Echo Valley as well. Prunedale. It's a small program, small but mighty, and it's been going strong. There's a certificated teacher who teaches that one. We have a couple of very consistent community partners. The theater has been fantastic. Seeing the students put on a full production of play is just the funnest thing. And they are going to hoping to come back this semester as well. And the Arts Council of Monterey has been a fantastic partner, providing classes both after school and during our intersession and summer school as well. And next slide, please. Our media clubs are building up at our school sites. Our students are learning how to use Canva and other editing applications to produce flyers, to produce videos at the sites. They'll probably be taking our media jobs here in their district, hopefully someday soon. They're doing a fantastic job with that. We have Yosal Youth Orchestra Salinas, who's doing orchestra classes at Castroville. And one of our newest partners this year has been Science My Way. They provide hands-on STEAM activities to the students after school. During intersession, they're always there. They're at community events as well. They have the physics bus. And as you can see in some of those photos there, they're actually utilizing tools measurements, glue sticks, very scientifically focused, but I don't think the students realize how complicated it is. They just enjoy doing the activities themselves. Next slide, please. So looking forward with spring, we are in conversations, Yvette has hooked us up with Wahine and Ventana Wilderness to provide outdoor activities. We have some of our nest educators who have attended some Region 5 training specifically on nature and outdoor exploring clubs, and they're looking forward to expanding that. And I've been in conversation with an organization, thanks to Trustee DeMarco, regarding offering online driver's education classes for our high school students. So we're in the process of exploring that opportunity for this semester as well. Next slide, please. And the contracts that are attached are services that are going to be provided directly to students during after school and intersession. And again, these are just contracts that are offered with programs in addition to what's already being offered by our classified and certificated staff after school. Next slide, please. And thank you for your time. If you have any questions.
Thank you. And thank you, Carol, for always staying till the end. We'll try to do things a little bit different. But I'll open it for public comment. Right, Zoom. Closing public comment, and I'll start with our board, and I'll start with Julia. Any questions or comments?
Just a comment. I remember actually doing first T when I was in elementary school.
Nice.
And also for the media club, we have two commissioners of media for our student government here at the high school. And if they use Canva, they use the cameras. We also have technicians that work really closely with media to make videos for advisory, where we talk about things that are coming up. So if I could get you guys in contact with them.
I'd love that. They would love the mentorship. Thank
Yeah.
you. Yeah.
Awesome. I'd love that. All right, I'm gonna turn it to our board, and I'll start this side. Angelo.
Well, a couple things. Julia, this is what I was waiting to tell you. Because of me and Superintendent Dr. Turkey doing our ASB meetings, myself and President Adriana, we found somebody down in Anaheim that wanted to do driver's ed training with us based on what you guys told us. So that's why it's really important for you, for us to be open to hearing more from students, because it help guides us on what we want to do. Second, I just got to tell you this, Kara, I definitely see you as one of the shining stars of our district. I appreciate all your hard work. The great variety and diversity of programs that you're bringing to our district helps build a more well-rounded education for our kids. It gives them experiences that they might have never thought of taking before. So I want to thank you, from the bottom of my heart for all the hard work you're doing, and and definitely showcase you also. And what was the program that you were working with the event that you have on a slideshow, but I missed it?
Wahine and Ventana Wilderness.
So do you mind and that is?
Wahine, I believe, is something to do with surfing and ocean. And Ventana is more of like forest and hikes and nature kind of thing. I don't know the specifics of the programs. I'm not familiar with them, but she's trying to connect us to see if we can provide some opportunities after school.
Stuff like that. That's what I got excited about community schools, to see yourself, and Yvette do all that hard work, reaching out to the community and bringing stuff for our students. So once again, thank you. Holding those course pillars, so once again, just blown away by you. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Angelo. Martha.
No, ditto. I was gonna say that too, but I'll just add one more thing, because this program is amazing. Obviously, the state recognizes that, because the money you're getting is outrageous, is awesome, right? To be able to offer these services and collaborate with everyone to be able to support, all those events that you talked about. So when I heard you say 1,000 students after school, and I think I asked before, like, there's a waiting list, of students that want to participate in the after school program, right?
Yes, at some of the sites, thanks to the Alivo partnership we now have, we've almost completely eliminated all of the wait lists.
Awesome. Really? That's awesome. But that's what I wanted to hear, because
Thank you.
obviously it's a need.
Yes.
And it's, to be able to accommodate our kids after school and keep them busy with all of these skills that you guys are offering. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Martha. Sandra?
Yeah, well, actually, I have some questions. I've really noticed like with the contract that the majority really focused on the elementary. You know, and it feels like there's kind of been, where the middle school and the high school definitely aren't getting the enrichment programs. At the level that the elementary is. So I really would like to see a focus on that. I think I've brought that up before. The other thing is student helpers. I know I've brought
Yes.
that up before too. I really would love to see our high school students have access to jobs and then be able to develop their leadership skills, because there's a lot of different roles here on campus, peer-to-peer mentorship, peer-to-peer tutoring, even them working at the middle school and the elementary that could really benefit their development and their cash flow, because we are an economic school. So I really would like for you to have a plan to develop resources at the middle school and the high school. As my colleagues pointed out, you've done a really good job at the elementary. But you know, what are other high schools, other middle schools doing? Because I think kids in that age range need just as much attention and just as much development opportunities. The other thing I would like to ask you is, I know each site has a coordinator, but how do we know that these programs are meaningful for the kids and they're being run well? You know, how do you manage that? Because how do you get that feedback from the students, middle school and high schoolers, even elementary? Wow, this teacher, this program was really good. It was a 1, you know, a 5 out of 5, so that you invite that person back, or maybe even increase the contract opportunity. And then for some of our certificated staff, you know, that run some of these programs, how do you make sure they're on time? How do you make sure they're engaging with the students rather than just a warm body? Those are things that I really think could take our program from good in many ways to excellent. Yeah, that's the feedback I have. Thanks.
Thanks. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Sandra. Rick?
I agree. I already had it written down about the middle school. They have a lot of the middle school. The high school is lacking. I'm there all the time. And the first tee, like it's great. There's a lot of kids out there on the lawn, and it's great that you're having the 6th graders. That's awesome. That's even an extra year start of I remember asking you about the golf and like being ready for high school, like wow, they're just gonna pick up a club right when they get to be a freshman, but now they're learning before that. And Alivo, I see them working at the middle school and Prunedale school where my other 2 go. I've also seen them, they're legit at schools on the peninsula. I've seen them at Seaside Middle School, and so they seem to be working out really good and stuff like that. Yeah, I look forward to see the opportunities with what that could happen with Ventana and Wahine. I know Wahine's has a broad idea of what they want to do more than, you know, just at schools and the rec center and stuff like that, and partnership, and they want to get a pull for this area and partner, and so just great job, especially this last you know, like 6, 7, 8 months. Very great job. Thank you so much for all you do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Dr. Turkey, anything you want to add?
Just thanks, Carol. Appreciate all the work which you do, and looking forward to seeing what we can do with the middle school and high school programs. So thanks so much.
And I would say, like, I'm really excited about everything you're doing. We were showing off in Anaheim, and we were talking about you and all the different creative ways, thinking outside the box, and how you're bringing programs, services to, and I'm super glad to hear that the waiting list is gone, because that means that you're looking at ways to address all the needs of their students, and we don't have students waiting for stuff. And I'm really excited about the possibility of driver's ed. I think that that's great. I was just saying bye to my kid and throwing a kiss. No offense, staff. I wasn't doing it to you. I was saying, sending a kiss to my daughter because she has to wait. Because I am not doing a good job in teaching her how to drive.
It's hard.
I do not have patience for that.
Yes.
And also it's scary for me.
Yep.
So I would rather have a
Mhm.
professional
Yep, same.
teach her how to drive. And so right now she has to wait until like meeting's over or until
Mhm.
mom is out of work or stuff like that.
Mhm.
And so having that opportunity for our students to learn when they don't have someone at home that can do that, it's great. And I'm just really excited for the students because that opportunity was given to me
Mhm.
as a student, and it made a huge difference for me to actually learn and be able to drive. And so I look forward to hearing more about that opportunity. And thank you, Mr. DeMarco, for working on that and for hearing our students' needs.
Yes, 100% me, not Adriana did not ask for any information. So I want to put that on record.
Yes, I agree. I agree. And he did a lot of work down in Anaheim to make it happen. So I'm really excited about that. And thank you again, Carol. Like again, outside of the box thinking is what we need and what's gonna get our students the meeting their needs.
Well, thank you all board for your ongoing support and also thank you for the feedback in the areas of improvement. I really appreciate that.
Thank you. All right.
I know it's close, but the driver's ed program, I just want to add, was it a pilot that they were going to do here?
So I was actually looking for
Did that
freebies.
Uh-huh.
And then I just told him about the expanded learning program. And Adriana used her negotiation skills and pushed for him to bring the pilot program.
So, but is that what's coming, the pilot?
That's what,
So it's free, right?
Yes.
So it's a free program. We
Yes.
just need to coordinate it here.
Yes. Mhm.
Got it. I just wanted to confirm because I remember.
And they were just gonna do 5 districts across California, right?
Yeah.
Oh.
And so we're like, well, you only have 4 now, 4 spots because we're taking one, and they're like, okay. And so we started working with them,
I
and
have to be honest, I'm just with a handful of goodies at the beginning there. I'm like, oh yeah.
Like that because we got a free pilot program, which is awesome. I
And-
had to drive here when we had it back.
Yeah,
in the
no,
day.
I said it all circles back. We had a lot of faith in Carol and their expanded learning program. And also I said, we only searched that because ASB told us
Yeah. No, I
that they
remember.
wouldn't be career life and was it called career life ready because they don't even know how to drive out of the school when they graduate. And like, it made sense. Yeah.
correct. And that's where like it takes all of us to bring in different perspectives and figure out how to meet our students' needs. And so thank you for tell our students we're listening and we want to continue to receive the feedback of what is it that you need and how can we address your needs. So thank you. Thank you, Carol.
Thank you.
All right, let's move on to attendance report.
Sorry, it was a.
Oh, it's their
Sorry.
approval?
Yeah.
I didn't see it as approval, but okay.
I move to approve the expanded learning program
I'll second.
presentation.
All right, preferential vote.
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, board.
Now, thank you. All right, moving on to receive attendance report, P1.
And ladies and gentlemen, this was going to be presented by Sophie. No, please come on up, Connie, please do. But there was an emergency and Sophie had to leave. And so Connie is stepping in. So thank you so much, Connie, for stepping in to do this presentation.
I'll try my best. First time seeing this report, so I'll do my best. I know Sophie, she's fantastic when she's presenting, so I'll follow the sequence here. So I will be presenting the P1 attendance student report for the 24-25 school year. The focus will be number 1, the state reporting timeline, attendance monitoring process, and lastly, P1 certified attendance report. Next slide, please. So for the timeline, obviously we start the school year plus minus August 14 this year. And the following P1 attendance data report, it's where we currently are, which is January the 8th. And following this report, we'll be approaching P2 attendance data, which is April 24. Continuing with finishing the school year. And I'm trusting these dates, June 6th. And obviously we will be reporting P annual attendance data July 11th, 2025. Next slide, please. The next section in this presentation is basically the roles and responsibilities in monitoring this process. As you can see, we do have the district office. Basically what they're doing, or what we're supposed to be doing, is monitoring and certifying district attendance. In front office, monitoring and reconciling site attendance. And basically what we are reporting as of now, it's 80%. It's has been reported present, tardy 65%, and absent 20%. And at classroom level, obviously, we do have our wonderful teachers taking daily attendance. So that is basically the process, the ebb and flow of information from classroom to front office to district office. Next slide, please. 3 types of absences or classification in this report. We have the absence, truancy, and chronic absenteeism. So basically 2 types of absences, excuse or unexcused. The site must distinguish between the 2 options to comply with outreach and documentation requirements. Any absence for any reason results in 0 funding. So that is the financial impact for the district. Truancy, students who are absent and or late to school are subject to laws governing truancies. And on the right-hand side, you see Ed code. So we had to adhere to this Ed code to meet this specific classification. The next one is chronic absenteeism. And the description of this chronic absenteeism is the measure that identifies the number of students who are expected to attend school for at least 10 days and who were absent 10% or more of the school year while enrolled at the school, at that specific site. Next slide, please. And this is the next section, number 3, that speaks about the certification of the attendance report. We have P1 attendance report, and I believe we have a link for that. Attendance breakdown and student absenteeism trends. I do have that info here, and I don't know if that is something that I can make reference to. Yes, thank you. So basically what we're displaying right now, it's the ADA report for North Monterey County ADA. And as you can see, we are reporting P1, and it's broken down by grade levels. So grade TK to 3 ADA, it is reported as of now 12.66.33. For grades 4 to 6, it's 891.808. Grades 7 through 8, it is 595.12. Grades 9 to 12, 1252.92. Another program, ADA, it is 4.87, accounting for total district revenue limited ADA of 4,010 with 32. Next, I would assume that is the link. Next link. It is this attendance rate by site. Yes. Thank you. Okay, so this, can we maximize the, thank you so much. And this is the one, trustees. I don't know if you're following this one. Thank you so much. And apologies, but I'm trying to link the info. I was reviewing this report, and this chart is the extraction or the summary of this information, which is the P1 ADA report collected by the sites. Yes, thank you. So on this chart, the attendance target, it's 95%. So we can see a great effort by all sides to meet the attendance target, but obviously we want to highlight the ones that are super close to meeting that goal in target, such as Castroville Elementary, 94.3%. Very close. Echo Valley, 94.7%. Middle School, 94.3%. And Central Bay with 96.2%. So great job. We recognize that we have room for improvement, but it's great to see that we're very close from meeting those targets. Next slide, please. Not sure if the next link will give you this one, Enrique. Yes, trustees, again, as I previously said, the chart that I displayed before is basically the backup information gathered, but in a different format, which is in a graphic representation. So district-wide target, as I said before, it was 95%. District-wide actual ATA is 93.4. So a little difference between both two, it's about 1.6%, which is on the top right-hand side. Next slide, please. And this is the student absenteeism trend annual report by site. And this is has been used as the information to generate the following chart. I think if you scroll down, yes. I guess if we base the information into this graphic representation, that will be easier for all of us to convey the idea. So this chart, the trends, the red represents the unexcused absence rate, and the blue excused absence rates. So just focusing on fiscal year 22-23, North Monterey County had an excused absences of a total percentage of 38% and excused absence rate of 69%. Last fiscal year, we reported 55% for excused absence rates and 40% on an excused absence rate. We don't have information for this current fiscal year, obviously, because we are, living it. But that's basically the reports that we are presenting to the trustees for transparency purposes as we, evolve throughout the year.
Thank you.
And I guess this concludes the presentation. Any questions that you may have?
Thank you, Connie. I'm going to open it up for public first to start with any questions. Please come to the.
On that last slide, it looked like we were much higher than the rest of the county for the unexcused absences. I was just curious, is that what I was reading?
That is correct.
And any idea why that's happening?
I know a little bit about this, and I can tell you about the importance in between the difference of the two, right? So it's interesting that whether something is excused or unexcused actually comes down to the discretion of those at the school site. And I want to give you an example. You have two students who have a cold, they have the flu, and they need to be out of school. One of those students has medical coverage and has a doctor, and they provide a doctor's note to the school, and the school excuses it. The other student who is also ill may not have medical coverage, cannot get a medical note. And when they go to the school and say, hey, I was ill, it's at the school's discretion. And the school sometimes may actually mark them as being unexcused absence. Okay. The reason which I bring this up is the more unexcused absences, if the family feel that those are unfair, it actually drives a wedge in between the family and the school district, a wedge of distrust. Because they're like, well, hold on, my student was ill. No, I can't get a medical note. Okay. However, and now you're telling me that it's unexcused. And if you have unexcused absences, then you can be called to a meeting, right? Where essentially there's a meeting at the school site, and it can even be a meeting with the DA about how to get yourself to school. Some of those need to happen, and some of those are valid, and some of those aren't. Right. And so at the school sites, we need to make sure that we're training folks to dig a little, right? And err on the side of the student and the family. Now, why exactly they're higher? I couldn't answer that question, but there's been a misconception with absenteeism that we need to quote unquote hold families accountable, right? And generally what that does is it drives families away. The way which we can actually get families to attend more is through care and through actually calling up families and saying, hey, I noticed that David wasn't in school today. What is it that we can do to help? As to why the data is, how the data is, I don't have an answer to that question, but that's just a little input on the absenteeism piece.
Thank you. Any on Zoom, any public comment on Zoom? All right, closing public comment, and I'm opening it to our board, and I'll start with Julia.
So I have a question about the example you just gave. If a parent calls, so the student does not have a doctor's note, but their parent calls the school saying that their child will be absent because they're ill, is that excused or unexcused?
It is at the school site discretion. So essentially what should happen at that point is the school site and the folks at the school site should say, yeah, that's excused.
Okay.
That doesn't always happen though.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Julia? All right, I'll start opening it to our board, and I'll start with Rick.
No comments. Thank you for the presentation.
Awesome. Sandra.
I just have a question. At one point, we were participating in something at the Monterey County level. Are we still doing that?
So that has that ceased. Okay. I was leading that for this county. Yes, exactly. So no, that doesn't exist anymore. However, Sophie, in collaboration with Katie, is actually continuing on with that work because there's more work to be done. And as you can see from our numbers, we're getting better, right? But we're not there yet.
Some point will part of it be a school site. These are the things that we're gonna call excuse. I mean, it doesn't really matter as far as fiscally, because whether it's excused or unexcused, we don't get money when students.
We take a hit either way. Yes.
Take a hit. So this is more just about if parents say their kid's sick, their kid's sick.
Absolutely.
And your plan is to have more uniformity when it comes to the site.
Yes, and flowcharts, so it can be kind of this happens, then what, this happens, then what, and so on and so forth. Yeah.
I saw that in some other instances, and I think that's great. Provide step-by-step communication example for people to know how to answer consistently, because we want the correct information out there.
Absolutely. And interesting doing this work, and not necessarily at our school district, but at some school districts, some folks who are in the office feel very strongly about, again, holding people accountable. Right. And so it's a mindset thing of actually it doesn't work like that. Right. And kindness and exactly. Exactly.
You weren't in class, right? Even the teacher or I missed seeing you yesterday or whatever it may be.
Yeah.
Something that makes people feel like you matter and I see you. Okay,
Yeah.
anyway, thank you. Thank you so much for this information. It's great.
Thank you, Sandra. Martha.
You know, I remember the chronic gaps was a big deal. And I remember you were teaching, you know, Echo Valley Shine and da, da, da. I'm not going to repeat this because that was kind of I needed to understand what the plan was to fix a system process. But on top of that, I remember that's why we hired community care liaisons. When we hired them 2 years ago, was to help that gap of communication with families. Like, tell us, you know, why isn't your child coming to school? Can we help, you know, whatever those needs are? So I know that was one of the resources that was put in place to help what you just described. So.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Angela?
I've got no question.
Right. And I would just add that while you're working on a consistent, non-judgmental, non-discretionary system and process for our district, because it's not the role of any of our staff to be judges of our families. And there's just should be a process, a step, and a procedure that is followed, not a judgment and discretion, because that also comes with biases. And so we want to eliminate that as much as possible. And I know it's not our role, and I know it's not we can advocate, but we're not going to do that. But I always just have said the attendance system is not a fair, equitable system, because we will still have students who have health issues who will not show up to school 100%. And we're telling them, come to school, come to school, come to school, and you need to come to school when their health is impacted and are not able to meet that regardless if they wanted to. And also, thank you for bringing up that example, because there is tons of parents that even if they have health insurance, the coverage and the medical care, they're going to public health clinics, they're going to really impacted clinics that don't have appointments that day, that week, and they have to wait years for a physical, let alone an appointment for a checkup or for when they're sick. And so I'm really glad that you're showing and bringing up the inequitable of this system. But we're not gonna, they don't give us that authority to change it, but I appreciate the report. Thank you. And I want to give kudos to Echo Valley that I saw that their 4th and 5th and 6th graders are wanting to come to school. So I was just surprised, because it's usually our little ones that are want to come to school in elementary, but this time is our older kiddos who want to come to school. So I'm giving kudos to Echo Valley.
Those glow parties rock.
Yeah.
But even our middle schoolers, I mean, they're doing good, and so is Castroville. So yeah, schools keep up the great work. Oh, and Central Bay, that's.
All right, thank you. This
Thank you,
is
Connie.
receiving, thank you, received. We're moving on to approve update English learners reclassification criteria.
Long title. Good evening, board members, Superintendent Dr. Turkey, community members, and very small group left. Kind of pays off to go last. So yes, I'm Sandra Cuevas. I am our district coordinator of EO programs, and I'm here today to present an updated reclassification guidance criteria for English learners and let you know why we're having to update this, because there is some reasons. So just to give you a little bit of a background, why reclassification is needed. When our students are enrolled in our district, there is 4 questions on the enrollment form that is called home language survey. So depending on what the family member marks or writes there, as far as questions can be something like adult language used at home, language used by the child, other languages used in the home. So there's 4 questions. Families can put whatever language they are using at home: English, Spanish, Mixteco, Arabic. And so that kind of kicks into the whole process of, is a student, if they put English only, the student is considered an English only student for their language purpose. If they put in a language other than English, they are now, will have a little bit more digging from our EL specialist and can be determined to be English language learner. So an EL student is what we kind of refer to them in our world. And so once they fall into that category, our goal is to get our our EL students reclassified. There is a process and there is criteria that needs to be followed for our students to get reclassified to be considered English language proficient. And so what you have in front of you on this slide, this is the criteria that is coming from the state. There are 4 different criteria areas. The first criteria is that our EL, our English language learner, has to get a level 4 on our LPAC assessment, on the summative assessment. LPAC level 4 is the highest level they can get. And some of our students who are on an IEP, if it's written on their IEP document, they take the alternative LPAC summative, and they need to receive an overall level 3. Their highest on that assessment is a 3, not a 4. So that is a must in order. That's the first criteria that we need to look at when we're looking at the reclassification process. The other criteria too is teacher recommendations. They are part of the process. They have input on how the student is doing. And then there is parent guardian consultation. And then the 4th criteria, which is the one that we're going to be looking and talking about today, because that's the criteria that needs to be updated, is it's comparison of performance and basic skills. That is the area where we need to look at common assessments that are given to all of our students, not just our EL students, all of our students. And we have to see how our EL students are doing compared to all of our students. And if they're able to keep up or sometimes doing better than our EL students. So that is the criteria that we're going to look at today. The reason that the update has to happen is if you recall last year or previous years, we were doing the Let's Go Learn assessment. We switched over to the iReady. So we need to update our criteria so that it matches, our language matches, and it says that it's the iReady assessment that we're using. So just to give you a little bit of the background. Thank you. So what we've done with this whole updating the criteria, early fall, when we started looking, LPAC scores came in, the EL specialist team, we started looking to see which students would be reclassified for this current school year. And then we looked at the criteria, and then it was like, oh no, we have to update it because our assessment has switched. So that's kind of what started the process. We looked into other districts that had the same, that were possibly already using iReady, that looked very similar to the tools that we were using to help us look at their guidelines so we could start drafting. We drafted our first draft, took it to Mr. Garcia, gave us feedback, made changes. Then he also suggested that we present it to our DLAC, which was presented to our DLAC. Our SPED team, our administrators got to look at it, and it's also been presented to our ELAC meetings for feedback. Another thing is I reached out to our iReady consultants and also shared our draft criteria and asked for their feedback. And so we also got some feedback from them, and I'll share that feedback with you in the next couple of slides. And so that's where we've been. Our next steps is I'm here today for you to be able to look at the guidance and criteria, hoping to get some approval. This approval will be for 25-26. We have a current one that's what we did for this year for our reclassification purposes. This is for next school year. And then when it's approved by our board, then we'll go back to our stakeholders again and let them know that it's been approved and share our approved version. Okay. So part of the criteria number 1, which is the first most important criteria, is the LPAC. And just to, I know this you are aware, but LPAC is kind of the assessment that's given to all of our ELs. what we've done with LPAC this year, initial LPAC happened, mostly with our kinder students and our newcomers. And that usually happens if they start the year off with us, it has to happen within the first 30 days. And again, we were preparing for our current reclassification, and then I've learned this year that the whole summit of LPAC is a huge task. We have to assess, we have about 1,200 EL students. So those EL students have to be assessed. So our EL specialists have been working on getting ready for that. Initial assessment, LPAC assessment can happen throughout the year, depending if we get any newcomers. So that's ongoing. And currently our EL specialists are training their staff, creating their LPAC, or have created their LPAC testing window. Because if you can tell, that LPAC testing will start within the next couple of weeks. And it runs from February 3rd through May 31st. So that's, that kind of, if our students at the end of this summit of LPAC, when we get their results in July-ish, if they have the 4, then this whole reclassification process will kick in for them. So I'm thinking, I know that these documents were shared with you and they were part of the agenda. You should have some documents that look something like this. I know they were links. Also attached to the agenda. I know Antonio said he would have it ready for you guys to look at. If not, we can go back to the agenda and click on them.
They are links within the agenda.
Yeah, they are links. So he thought you guys would have a hard copy, but if you go back, Brianna, sorry. It should be as one of the attachments. There you go. If you just go to the final one in English, that way I can kind of explain. So again, there are attachments here. This is a document itself, but like I mentioned, we really, the area that we focused on is the 4th one, the comparison of performance and basic skills. If we look there, there's 3 different options. There's option 1, that is the SBAC. That was in previous document. That option really can only be used for our students that are in grades, in certain grade levels, because not all of our students take the SBAC. And so that kind of, if you look at where the tables there that Brianna has on the screen, it kind of tells you who can fit under which option. And students need to meet one of these options. So if a student got an LPAC 4 and they met option 1 because they scored the level there on the CASP assessment, the SBAC assessment, then that gets them to be eligible for reclassification. Option 2 is the area that we focused on when we were looking at this new guidelines, because we had to switch over to, before what was on the previous one was Let's Go Learn scores. So the iReady scores that you see on this document are scores that we worked with iReady, who gives the assessment. What we asked them was, they did an analysis of all of our students, of how they did, and then they looked at how our EL students did compared to all of our students on this assessment. The minimum cut scores that are there are scores that were recommended. And then our EL team plus Antonio looked at these, and these are the scores that we have on this document as the required cut scores that a student, an EL student, when they take the iReady, if they score these depending on the grade level, that would be the option that we would use for that particular student for the reclassification process. Option 3 was on our old guidance, and that is a district writing assessment, and that can also be used. So if a student, let's say a student does not meet option 1, student does not meet option 2, then they can meet it through the option 3. But the one that was changed was the option 2 because of the assessment being changed. Okay. So that was that information, and that the cut scores were again shared with us through the iReady, because they're the kind of experts on that assessment. And then as a team, an EL team, we regrouped and looked at them. And those were the cut scores that we decided we can move forward with. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, you can go back to the slide presentation. So that's my presentation. I don't know if you have any questions. I know Antonio said keep it quick. So.
Thank you, Sandra. I'll start with the public comment. Welcome.
Just wanted to make sure I understood that correctly. So with using the CASP or the SBAC for the reclassification, did it say standard nearly met? So if a student gets a 2, then okay.
Yeah, and that is something that the state has. So some of these guidelines were just following state information, and other option. The third criteria is the one that our district can kind of create.
Thank you. All right, Sue, any public comment? All right, closing public comment, and I'm now opening it to the board. I'll start this way. Angelo.
I have none.
All right, Matt, do you have any?
Could you just go to the second slide there for me? Just a comment. So the first one, so these 4 criteria, the first one is essentially your English language proficiency on the LPAC. Second, teacher recommendation. Third, parent guardian consultation. The fourth one, it's using a variety of different assessments and just seeing that our English learners meet where our English onlys are. Okay, so when iReady look at our data, they're looking to see the kids who just speak English, where do they get to on the assessments? And if your English learners can get to that same place, they check off that button right there. And the same thing for the CASP. It's because that's the average of where the English only score. And so if your average is the same, then you check that button.
Thank you, Matt.
Thanks.
All right, Martha.
Thank you for explaining that. That does help me understand, because this iReady is new, right? And we saw the report that Mr. Garcia sent, showed us.
Yeah, and something that I did ask the iReady consultant, because these scores are, new. And I said, so will these scores change every year? The consultant said, possibly until our students are kind of used to the format. So each year we can look at the scale scores to make sure that those are still relevant to our students.
And then we'll start doing those comparisons, be able to see the trend.
Because it's a brand new assessment.
Right, starting all over.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Sandra.
What's the benefit of reclassing a student?
So if you look at the results for students who reclassify, reclassified students are actually our highest scoring students, right? So they score higher on average than the English onlys. So then if you think, okay, well, if we get more of our students to reclassify and we do the job of reclassification, that's almost like a leading measure to get then the measure afterwards of higher achievement. On its own, you could argue, well, it's more emblematic than anything else. Like, what does it get you, right? Well, it tells a student, hey, you're no longer classified as an English learner. That in itself doesn't get you anything apart from the kind of like not being an English learner anymore. But again, I think the most powerful thing is if we can get our students to reclassify, they are so far more likely to be able to do well academically.
So I think this additional measure, iReady, get more students, in your opinion, to be reclassified? Is that your estimation or?
No.
Okay. Then
No.
why include it?
We have to include it because we used to use Let's Go Learn. And now
It's replacing.
it's replacing Let's Go Learn. So but it's a good question, as in like, well, how do we get more of our kids to reclassify? And actually that is going to be an upcoming special board meeting for us to discuss that, because that's a pretty in-depth topic.
And also, I'll just add before, my understanding is also that if you're not reclassified by high school or by middle school, there's less options for your classes that you want to take because you are mandated to take certain classes. And so those students lose the opportunity to actually choose what classes they want to take.
They would have to continue to take an ELD course or an ELD class, which then that may end up being like maybe one of their electives or something. So then they have fewer choices in their schedules.
But this won't necessarily change that.
No, this will, because if they get reclassified, they no longer need to take ELD. Yeah, so this will help.
This is just a different mechanism.
Oh, yeah, this is just
That's all
a, it's just a different mechanism, yeah.
Yes.
No
Rick.
comments.
All right.
Thank you for the presentation. That's awesome.
Yeah, thank you. And I just look forward to hearing on how we can actually move the needle and reclassifying our students. And also not just putting them through bilingual, but putting them through biliteracy
The biliteracy still is our goal.
programs and instead of bilingual, because bilingual stops a certain grade level. And you lose the ability to really cement the foundation of the learning in one language before they switch you to another language. And then it's confusing as a student who was put in those classes. I'm giving my experience. All right. Thank you,
You're
Sandra.
welcome. And just put it on your calendar, save the date. May 6th is the date we have right now. We're hoping to get our reclassification ceremony. So that would be the celebration for our students who are getting reclassified this year. So yes, we're
Awesome.
Antonio signing those letters.
Yes.
Because luckily I taught here in my math class. A lot of my students were very excited about being reclassified. It was a big deal to them. It is absolutely emblematic. You can compare it to the sports team winning a trophy. What purpose does a trophy give you? Gives you a sense of accomplishment. And this emblematic process, I mean, the pure joy that my students had when they got reclassified to being completely fluent was such a big part of their lives where they were, like I said, they're talking about language in my math class.
Yeah.
It was such a big deal to them.
It is a celebration.
It's important for our students. Thank you, Sandra, for the presentation, and thank you for staying till the end. Oh, it's approved.
Approval, yeah.
All right. Do I have a motion to approve?
I motion to approve.
A second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. There we go. Let's move on to approve the academic calendar. Who's doing that one?
So that will be me doing that. And could somebody in the tech team please just click on the link there, please? Okay, so we the HR team did form a calendar committee with both of our bargaining partners, and they came to consensus on this calendar. There is a mistake on this calendar, though, and so there would have to be a move to adjust this. If you scroll up a little bit, please, so we can see December. On December, you'll notice the 24th there is as a holiday, but it doesn't have a little line through it to say district office and schools close. It should have a little line through it. So we would need to adopt the calendar with the adjustment that the 24th is a holiday and district office, and both district office and schools are closed.
And that matters because there is employees that work 12 months.
Correct.
Okay. Just want to put it out there. All right, let's open it for public comment. Zoom. Awesome, closing public comment. I'll start with the board. Rick?
I have a question that I'm very curious about, and like just curious what other people think in the community. Because I see other schools don't have it, and we used to not have it, but why do we have, and this is just information, I'm not necessarily trying to change anything for sure, but the December 3 weeks, why? And if we went to 2, what would?
Sure, absolutely. I mean,
it's a long time.
So it is. It's essentially it's essentially because we have many students and families who go to Mexico for the holidays, and whether we because this is the same in Salinas and other places, right? The truth is that folks are going to go anyway, right? And if we actually shortened it to 2 weeks, we would just have more kids being absent.
That's true. All that's true for sure.
I'm just laughing, Rick.
That's it.
One of those kids.
So to
Sandra.
follow up, it felt like this year was a shift because before it would be like a week before Christmas. And then you'd come back like that first week. it would have been like January 6th. Why did we change it? So this would be the second year that we've shifted to coming back like the second week of January. Was it because of that reason with people going?
That I do not know. I don't know.
Yeah, it's just because it was earlier, right? It would be before, yeah.
Well, I didn't want to interrupt it, but trustee Ruiz. Last year, the schedule was made by our former HR director
Okay.
and did not get full approval of both unions.
Okay.
So there was an issue there, and that's actually why I was going to, when it came to my term. And what I wanted to hear from them was that they said there was full approval of both unions. This schedule, unlike last.
Okay, so
that
even
one.
though it's been shifted later, everybody's okay with it?
Yeah, but the last schedule it was not, and that's one of the reasons we had the issue with the district get together. First day of school.
Oh, right.
The day before school starts.
Right.
I'll wait till it's my turn, but
Thank you. Sorry, Alex, we closed public comment, but I will add to that, in my experience, also what I've seen is that, it sometimes like kids who are in college or kids who are in other, programs, it kind of like matches. Well, that's what I saw this year. And also those students who are traveling or who leave usually don't come back after the 6th, 7th, or 8th. And so I would say it makes more sense.
Not just because you're gonna be in Mexico.
No, because I would go anyways, whatever time
Just check,
we're
check.
free. But migrant students or migrants also.
Yeah, well, I had a parent at one of the meetings that I went to that was very concerned. Because they were told that their student might not be able to be placed in the same class if they went back. And they already had their vacation planned on the old schedule. So they were gonna take them out of school a week earlier, so
Right, and I
it's
think
a change that took a little bit of an adjustment. for what
that's good
people-
feedback
for what
for the
people were
district to
used
make
to.
sure that as soon as it gets approved, it's sent out
So people know when they're planning.
so families can start
They already
planning.
had their flights and it was based
Yeah.
on being out like the 15th or whatever it was, because that's when we would leave.
Right. Rick, your
What
turn.
in your line of work, people saying about even going back into Mexico for the next 4 years?
So for those who are able to travel, they continue to travel.
Okay.
And for those who are, actually, I've heard concerns even about citizens.
Yeah.
Because of where they're coming from Mexico, there's a target, right? And so there is concerns about even legal permanent residents who are allowed to travel. They're kind of hesitant to travel because even though it's called legal permanent residence, it's not permanent. It's under the discretion of immigration and discretion of the government. And at any point you can get removed your legal permanent residency. Even citizenship, now it's being target and disputed if you're not even birthright citizenship is now being targeted and disputed. But that's one of the things that I started here. Should I come back before the new administration comes in? That was a conversation that people were having out there.
Thank you so much.
I have one more piece of something to share as well. Thank you very much. Which was essentially that it was about the number of days in each semester, for the high school. So high school semester's got to be a certain amount of days, right? And, obviously they want to finish in December to make sure the finals finish in December. You don't want finals dragging on till January. And so, if we're going to start in mid-August, then, that's how it falls.
Awesome. Important information. All right.
I move to approve the academic calendar. Oh, I'm sorry. Calendar.
But very efficient.
are we having the issue of what was it called? The district welcome back ceremony? The MOU stated that teachers.
So
why don't you take over?
yeah, absolutely. So, okay. So in the past, we have always had, before I got here, a kind of a get together on the day right before school. However, we have entered into a agreement with the teachers union, which on the day before the first day before school starts, that is a teacher work day, which cannot be directed. So in terms of that gathering on that first day of school, we have to think of another way of doing that.
Okay. I was under the assumption that that was done by mistake because we forgot to take count for it, and that was going to be fixed by this.
We would
Just
have to go into renegotiations around that aspect.
So maybe just a suggestion, because if it was done by mistake, or a suggestion would be having an optional welcoming. Because if you're saying that that's a teacher's day, that it's allowed for them to prep, it's not for the district to determine their time spend, how they're gonna spend it. Maybe there should be an optional before or anything, whoever wants to join. All right,
With burrito. I had one question.
go ahead.
So just clarification, I saw 13 floating holidays. Is that standard? 13? Yeah. Wow, that's awesome. So does that mean they can use 13 days throughout the 12 months any way they want?
It's a floating, I believe they're decided on.
So where do you see floating holidays? Where's that?
13 floating. So
No. That's the 13th. The 13th of October is a floating holiday. There aren't 13 of them. Yeah. No, I'm
we're only allowed one floating holiday?
yeah.
It's like, did I read that right?
I thought it was just the total number of holidays. I'm like, we have 15.
No, that wasn't, this is floating
No,
holidays.
it just-
Floating where you can use it whenever you want.
It just happens to fall on the 13th. Yeah, it's a good clarification question.
It's not that fun, Marta. It's not that fun. All right, okay.
Because that would be
All right,
hard with the board.
let's move on because we do have more items to go on to. So
move
Rick
to-
approves, a second.
Yeah.
Angelo seconds, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? The motion carries. And then moving on to approval of tentative agreement between CSEA.
Okay, so there is a variety of tentative agreements here, which HR basically knocked out with CSEA over a number of months. The first one there is around grievance procedure timelines. Okay, and so improvements in those timelines for both sides. The second one there is around compensation for staff working out of class, and actually showing that staff working for 3 days out of class would be eligible to have compensation rather than 5 days working out of class. The next one is around bereavement leave, actually increasing that from 3 days to 5 days for bereavement leave, and actually having it in line with other bargaining units. The next one is around units. So the units which members can get for pay, that sort of thing. And then also the right to appeal in anything which is not agreed on, which will go to the superintendent. The one after that is around vacation plans. And it used to be that you wouldn't get any vested vacation until you'd been in the district for a number of months. I believe it's 6 months, but actually it's just scratching that out and saying, hey, you're entitled to vacation as soon as you get a job. The next one after that was around, the route assignments for bus drivers. And then the last one there was around reclassification and reclassification of jobs. So what that means is essentially having either us or an outside agency doing a review of how much folks get paid and, what's in line with other areas. So that, we're confident that folks doing certain jobs would actually get paid at the right amount. So that is all of those tentative agreements with CSEA.
Thank you. I'll open it to public comment. Zoom. All right, closing public comment. I'm opening it to the board and I'll start with Rick.
No comments at this time.
All right. Tandra, I'm seeing you nod. Okay. Martha?
I just want to know, what do units mean? Like school, like units when they go to school, they're
Yeah.
allowed.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you know, when you get 3 units for taking a certain course or something like that.
So do we change that or we add it to it? Because they've always had that.
So they have, but we've shifted it around kind of how many are allowed. And also it had language in there to say that you had to be working towards a bachelor's. And then the argument was, well, why do you have to be working towards a bachelor's? And so that language was taken out.
Okay, so just a clarifying question on those units.
Yeah.
Like say, for example, you know, want to be an administrator, so I'm going to start taking these classes to become an administrator. So we grant that. It doesn't have to be in their field. Whatever they want to do, we will support and pay.
I am not entirely sure. I'm not sure if anyone over there is entirely sure around those units. No?
All right, here comes someone that knows.
Here comes somebody who knows. All right. Thank you so much. I'll have to pull that up and see.
Alejandra Gonzalez, Administrative Assistant for the ELOP program. I've been in the district for 13 years and I am also a community member. And the reason why that I'm actually a beneficiary of this particular article, I get paid an extra $50 a month for having taken 9 units at my local community college, but the classes do have to be geared towards something that affects your
current job.
Okay. So it can't just be any art class because you want to get the free units for it, you know, the easy units. It has to be related to something that you're already doing or planning on doing. And the employee has to write a letter of interest and explain why that class that you're about to take is important to your job.
And then your supervisor approves it.
Actually, it goes that letter that the employee writes saying, you know, I'm going to take a business class in customer service, and this is why it's important. That letter goes directly to a human resources, and the human resources officer is the one that approves it or denies it. You know, they can say either, they can come back and say, this class, I don't believe is part of your employment. It won't affect your employment that you have currently. And you can choose another class to take and write the backup as to why you believe it's important to take that class.
About career growth, so like a teacher that wants to become an administrator and they need to take these certifications, do they get?
This is for.
This is for CSEA.
This is, yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
No, I think it's great.
Thank
I just
you.
needed clarity.
Our staff educated.
Thank you, Alex.
100%. I just wanted to understand the process.
All right. Angelo,
Questions?
no questions. This is a item, I believe, a motion item.
Move to approve the tenant agreement between CSA Chapter 6 and North Monterey County.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. All right. Board requests for next meeting.
Are we gonna have a facilities update coming up soon?
So you're requesting a facilities update. Okay. Any other board request? Let me start with the board and then I'll go with public. Board request.
I was just gonna ask to
Yeah.
Mr. Margulies.
Do you all have any requests?
No.
All right,
We
awesome.
support his-
Let's move to public comment then and ask public.
In Dr. Garcia's recent presentation of iReady data, a slide asked, what changes might we introduce and why? Math fluency is in our LCAP goals. Memorizing math facts is an explicit direction of our state standards. Nationally convened expert panels assessing requirements for success in mathematics in the elementary grades emphasize the importance of student automaticity with math facts. I previously outlined 5 significant reasons research shows math fact memorization is a hugely important foundational skill. To the point that it is said, math facts are to math as phonics is to reading. Yet, we do not measure student fluency, nor do we have a program in place to enable students to achieve fluency.
Sorry for interrupting. Is there a request that you would like to make, maybe a math?
Therefore, Gigi Chabukas, while she was district TOSA, measured student fluency. Creating a data set that shows fluency is a skill greatly lacking in this district, and most importantly, showing a strong correlation between the degree to which students are fluent and their ability to be successful on the CASP, indicating that the single most important skill this district should be focusing on is math fact fluency. In order for us to make evidence-based, data-driven decisions, as Dr. Turkey mentions in his superintendent's reports, it is imperative that the administration is aware of this data. It is imperative that teachers are aware of this data. It is imperative that the board is aware of this data. And it is imperative that the community and families are aware of this data. Therefore, I am requesting as an agenda item to present this data to the board so that everyone can be fully aware of it. This presentation involves showing data describing where students are with fluency, correlating this data to their CASP performance, a short description of the literature explaining why fluency is so vital, and what we can do about this. Because of the somewhat detailed nature of this, I'm requesting 30 minutes of the board's time in order that this can be properly presented.
I just have a process point. So David, first of all, thank you very much. And I don't mean anything by this, apart from public don't actually come up and make requests for board items. It's actually not something which should happen.
So David, what I will ask is that you send.
I don't think
David, what I'll ask is
that's
that you send any request to Dr. Turkey, specifically of what you want to see, so Dr. Turkey can share with all of us.
You think that the public cannot make a request?
Within how the board works during this part, the public can make public comment, absolutely. But this particular part of the agenda is around board requests rather than public requests.
So how does one then request you?
Sure.
Yes, go ahead, clarify process because you've done your research on board.
So just bear with us. Like I said, we're fixing the way the policies are supposed to be done correctly with Robert's Rules of Orders. Yes, the public has an absolute right to request items to be placed on an agenda. The way we're doing it right now, it's just not the proper and lawful way to do it. The way for you to do requesting and put on the agenda, we're going to meet with you when we adjourn, is to provide you basically our emails and paperwork so you can submit what you would like for us to put on the agenda and so we can get it ready for the next board meeting. We usually do not, it's not done, protocol is not to be do it versus verbally at the end of a meeting when, if you look at our meeting, this is actually board requests, not public requests. So basically,
so I'd say that, I mean, any request would just be during public comment, David, that's all.
Okay, so
yeah, it's just parliamentary procedure is what I'm trying to explain to you is why,
I sort of understand. So what is the next step I need to take?
He's going to meet with you right when we adjourn, so we can actually get all your information because I actually want to hear what you have to say. I just want to make sure that we lawfully do the process correctly so we can just make sure all our ducks are in order.
And there's been examples of other independent people coming in. One, for instance, that comes to mind is the Esselen Indians that came and requested through Liz, the president at the time, to have a presentation, and they granted it. It was through email. So it shouldn't, be a process. It's up to the president and the superintendent. So I'll show my support for that for sure and see what happens.
Okay. And the issue is not about granting or not granting. It's about doing it, the process. And I'll ask Val. Val, you want to comment since you are also helping us with following rules.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And
So,
John-
should I do that or should I meet with you right after or what?
Um, afterwards, we were about to go into closed session. So I think if you talk with Val, and actually, I think we have it now anyway. And I know it's the stuff which you shared with Dr. Garcia. So
Yes.
I have it in my notes, David. So
Mhm.
it's good.
But just
I have it in my notes. It's just that for next time, this isn't, I didn't want to set the precedent that public can come up at this point and ask for agenda items because that's just not how we should do things. But I understand what you want.
Okay.
yes, and follow the process that Val just mentioned. And we're gonna ask every member of public whenever they want to bring, because again, we want to create, one, we want to follow rules that we must follow as a board. And two, we want to create fairness and consistency on processes. So that way we make sure that anyone that wants to bring, anyone from public that wants to bring something follows the same process that you must follow.
Absolutely.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Okay,
And so
so
talk to Val
okay. Well,
and
thank
fill
you
out
so
the
much.
proper paperwork.
I appreciate
Thank
that.
you, but we heard
Thanks,
you.
David.
I
Okay,
appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
All right.
I'll talk to you.
Any,
I'm sorry, what was
I-
that?
I'll talk to you before you talk to Val.
all right, moving,
But aren't you, don't you have to go to closed
Yeah.
session?
and uh, just so everyone knows, this is a learning process. We're also learning as a board, and we're also learning from our previous processes and staff, and we're making sure it's consistent. Now we're gonna adjourn our open, and we're gonna go into closed session.
Thank you.
Board, meeting adjourned.